Hello, hello. Let's get fixing the stuff we broke yesterday. Or to be exactly, fix the stuff we intentionally coded wrong. Alright, to begin, I just want to test one thing, and that's if it's possible to instantiate the transform of a script, which is a reference to the attached object. I actually don't know if this even works, so I want to try that. Which is room script.transform. Now I'm curious if this works. Wow, I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Does that mean if I make adjustments to this reference. It carries over to the spawned object. Which should be very interesting. Let's have a look. Dungeon room. I want a public. Oh, room time is perfect for that. We spawned in, and now I want to change the room type to, let's say, a corridor. That's a nice example. Now, this means I need always a new reference of the script. That's good to know. This means we have our room. I don't need script references then, because they obviously don't work like they should. Which means we use those, get those back into the struct, and we remove the reference to the script and delete the script entirely, because it's completely useless then. Then we have adapt each option, which means I just have to remove those. Now I want still the reference to the object there. Which gives me obviously error messages, but this is just temporary, because I want this dictionary now to consist of direction and game object, like that. And this one should just work the same. All right. Now over here, we get the 3 directions, which now get the direction and game object. Here we change that one back to the prefab. And I want the reference to the script, because I need it from the generated object. Do I need the game object, or is the transform enough? Yes, it should be enough. Which is a dungeon room where I get, but first of all I have to do that temp room script. where I get from temp room the component of type dungeon room. And instead of those brackets, I have to use those. No, that's wrong. I have just to add those, and that's the correct way. Now I don't need that anymore. This was just for testing. I need the chord. We add that one where we want not the temporary, the prefab script, we want the script of the actual room. Now we have the direction. This is a game object and the direction. I guess it's supposed to be fine. I don't need that debug right now. Then I don't want the spawner. I get... What do I get? Reserved chords. I want access to the script from the room because there I have the real spawners reference. This is wrong. I need room. And I just initialize that, but I have to adapt that one now. Reserved chord is for the chords. This is the room I need, which means we add that one. On the other hand, no, I don't do it like that. I want a game object, because having the spawner itself as a game object should be far enough, so I don't even have to access the script. On the other hand, I need to... But let's get straight through first. Now we get the reserved directions, which is just one for the current room. Which do I exactly get back? Direction to values, get free exit directions. Okay, that's exactly what I need. Then we check if this path need to be reserved or not. Everything of that should still be fine. And now we go to the generation part. And here we have a lot of mistakes. The biggest one is that we can't really check the room to spawn like we did here, because I tried to use positions of objects which aren't even in the game yet. That means we have to spawn the room temporarily before we even check if it fits, and if it fits it can stay and get placed, and if not it gets deleted. It's not really the best option. On the other hand, could I spawn them and then just... Nah, that's... I guess it's just too much. Alright. This means the path, that part is still alright. I need references to the room. The spawner is completely irrelevant here now. Then we have to get next room, which returns the script, which I want to change to a transform. And I could use a temp room script then for checking and other stuff. That's fine. Now this means we get the next room. Next room is a function in here. But instead of the room script, we want the room. Refab now returned. Which means I have to change that to the transform as well. Now this one shouldn't be an issue anymore, should it? Yes. Then we have to get the room spawned. Do we that? We are in the Valve anyway, so we do that. On the other hand, I could actually just directly instantiate that one. Then I don't even need this variable for that. So I could actually remove that one and get the temp room over here. We instantiate that one. And let's get the 0 to vector for now. Together with quaternion dot identity. And let's change the height to 100, and it shouldn't be visible anyway. So I don't have to do anything with enabling and disabling on the way. This means this line has to go. Now we have to check the room to spawn, where we need now the reference to the script of that one, which means I get this line, which we add over here. This script we have to send together with that function. Where he obviously is annoyed by the dictionary now, which means it's a function which requires it, and that should be changed anyway. That one what exactly did I do over there? Well, I guess I can remove that for now. I need another logic for moving the room anyway. Basically, I can do that one as well, and I don't need this one anymore. Since that one is not relevant anymore, we can remove that, and since we have to instantiate those before the check, this line is obsolete as well. Now, check room to spawn. We have a dictionary with Dungeon Crawler, and we need a game object over here. The remaining stuff will stay the same. We return. Technically, we just have to return the bool now, because now we need we don't have to, I can return the bool because we want to know to which spawner we want to align this room. This means we return a game object. This means possible spawn will be as well game object dictionary. Then we have a list with the room spawner, which isn't even necessary anymore. You have a script to that one, yes. We ask for the get spawner, which means I want a list with game objects. Let's just adapt the script for now, and then we see if we still need that stuff. All right. Then we want to check the next reserved direction. Have to adapt the YouTube stream I have just seen. No, I don't know. I probably have to restart the stream, but I guess it's fine if I add that on the next one. Ah, let's hope it works over there. If not, that's a shame. But let's continue. We now have a list where we want a list of dungeon cards. That's correctly. We hand over the room spawner, which is now a game object. We have to hand over the spawners as a collective. We get the direction we have to go and the target spawn card. Let's have a quick look. We have a current spawner with game object, and then we have a list of game objects over here. We want to return a dungeon card, that's fine. Now for each game object in room spawners, if current spawner does not equals to the room spawner, I guess this should still apply. Well, according to the documentation, as far as I understood it. Then we want, based on the directions, the difference, where we just have to remove the spawner keyword. That's right. That's completely fine, yeah. And over there. Then that one is fixed. And we have finished our errors, which is already a good sign. Now let's have a look if the room gets spawned. For that we have to make some changes in Unity as well. But first we remove the class. This one isn't needed anymore. It didn't work like I wanted to, so we don't need it. Next we go to our prefabs. The entrance, for example, needs the spawners now reassigned. Main node is well, cancel. Can I just use that? Now I have to use the main node. That's alright. So the main node is the target. There's a spawner. Prefab with missing script. Oh yeah, right. And I assigned the prefabs as game objects, but not as transforms. But I guess that's fine. I will use. Yeah, that's completely fine. We move the script. That one isn't needed. Which we have a main node over there, yes, and the direction over there. I just can clear the console because the arrows aren't relevant anymore. And then we have to adapt the L floor 1. Where we have to do exactly the same. We have to remove the script. Obviously throw an error because that script doesn't exist anymore. I'm completely fine with that. And then we want to assign those nodes, which means we have 2 room spawners over here, not 20. We get the first one with the direction and the main node, and the second one with the direction and the main node like that. And we change the return to corridor, so it should be spawning. Then we have today the dungeon master. Dungeon length should be just 1, so we get 1 room hopefully. And let's give it a test run. We should end up with 2 rooms, which is still wrong. Let's see where is the issue. First off, we have there still a wrong assignment. We don't want that script, we want the actual script of the object. And those should be alright. Let's have another look. Still just the entrance over here. Also present, do we even get in the voyage? Let's console log those. Not console log, debug. It's not JavaScript. Debug. Log. I just want log. That's it. In this log, we get first for loop. Then we add in here the for each reserved chord, where I also want the length of that property or variable, however you want to call it. Then I guess I also want the path number. This could be interesting, so we know it's correctly assigned. Then I can skip this one, and then we go into the while. Let's see what exactly on messages we get. So we go into the first loop, we go into the reserved chords. Reserved chords is of 1, and as well the path is 1 as well. This means we are here. We should enter this one just to clarify. Oh yeah, oh I see it. Now I see it. I check I have the while found room is true and I default to false, which obviously doesn't work. So we never get into the while loop. Now the big question is, will it explode? I have to exit the game here. I know. Thank you. Let's get the task manager running already, because this will most likely be important if I blow this up. But no, it worked. We have the second floor here. That's great. Which means now if we add a path of 2, this shouldn't work because... Well, yeah, it still works because we don't clear the reserved paths out, so that's good. It spawns the rooms. not on the area where we need it yet, but that's the next part. The next part will be that I change it back to 1, because I still just want to 1 room for now. Which means it is now initialized. The same would be with the room. This one doesn't need to check anything because it just spawns on its reserved tile and it's finished. And the remaining part is for both rooms the same. Well, technically yes. Because the room itself won't return any free connectors, room spawner, and because of that, it wouldn't add an entry to the reserved rooms. Which means now I would have to edit that for each loop, but that comes after the for each itself, which actually I can do because it spawns both rooms. No, I can't do that. I have to do that in this while, because otherwise I overwrite the temp room and the script, which would be horrible. For the room itself, I also need to access the room script because I have to flag the connectors as connected, which means the base logic over here is alright. There's just one thing I have forgot in the check room to spawn function, and that is the if. Because we just check the reserved codes if those contains the key. But what we did actually ignore is the already placed rooms, which would be an issue. So we also have to check, and that's not with a comma. We actually need a and with an and I just wanted to Englishify the German word und. So yes. Alright, where is the dungeon rooms? Didn't I? Well, yeah, that's a direct dictionary. So I remove the comma. I want two ands, and then we check dungeon rooms, and we make exactly the same request like there. Which means we false on that, and the script now has everything to account for which it should account. Nice. Let's finish up the whole spawning mechanic then. Which is actually the difficult part. I will use for testing purposes now the room on the same height, which would probably look pretty messy. Am I right? Yes, Eclipse. That's exactly what I was expecting. But what I could check first is the direction we get, because this would be very interesting. And we can remove all those debugs for now. That one we don't need. I will keep this one because I actually want the direction. But I get that debug over here because I already have the whole written up thing. It should return up always. Rather than the question if I want to rotate the rooms randomly. Up is correct. Now if I want to change the rotation of the room, which would be that. Yes. Let's see if that changes the direction. No, because the room still gets spawned in the same direction. I guess it's because of the quaternion dot identity. So I will revert that one. And let's see if up will be a little upright. Angel. Was it Angel? No. A Euler Angel? No. Look rotation. Oh. Let's see rotation. Rotation identity. Yes. I have actually to look it up. Great thing, I already had coded something with random rotations. So I just have to look up how I actually wrote those, which was handled in the what is it, in the map generation? It's no, it's yeah, it's in the map generation. It's in the chunk, and we are looking. World highlight cube. Don't need that. Collider, no. Place roads, place building, there we go. Tile management dot building placement. Quaternion dot identity. Did I actually make random facing directions? Now I'm Not sure anymore. I guess I have to look that now up. I remember I did that. And let's see what the stream lays to 2 open Unity windows. It shows the wrong one. 1 million, huh? I mean, I could close the other one for now. Then we have, yep, now we have that one visible. Great. Now let's have a look. Do I have random mutations? I have on the trees and the mountains random direction. Now that I have in my head. But the buildings, did I have those randomized? That one is facing down. Do I get the same one? Obviously not. That one is, I think, facing down, if I remember correctly. There we have another tower, and that is still facing down. I think I forgot to add that to those. No. This means I have those. Ah, yep. I didn't add it to the towers itself. So I will just copy that one out. Change to the other game again. I will adapt that one. Not over there, but up there. Now I should get the room randomized in each direction. Which on the afterthought should return the correct direction each time, because now I check their spawned in entity and not try to check something which isn't even spawned in. Yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting. Left, that's right. That looks good. The next one, left again, yes. We'll get something else. Right. Which is still correct, yes. The placement is still the same. It should be at least. Do we get it down? No, yes, we get it down, and that one is alright too. Which means that function is exactly doing what it's supposed to. I will keep the random direction though, because that is something I wanted anyway, which is great. Now we have to get the room rotated correctly. Which means this one I will now create step by step. So I get that right for sure. And then I see if it does everything like it should. I have to add it in the for each loop, otherwise I am overwriting those variables I need, which means I set first I want the temp room dot transform. And dot position, I think, is fine. Let's have a look in the wall placer. Where I don't change because I already place it on the node where it has to be. This is a bad example, alright. I want that one on the reserved chord dot value dot transform dot position, which means the whole room will now land on the connector itself, not on the middle anymore, which is exactly what happened. Now I should first rotate the room in the correct direction. Which means, how exactly would I accomplish that? I want the temp room dot transform dot rotation, which is, let's write the same script I have on the walls, which is that quaternion over there. But instead of the direction node and the position node, I now need somewhere I get a game object, check room. This one gives me the node I want to place on, which means I have to save that outside of the while. And I'm here still in the if, which means I go over there. I want a game object, which is temp room connector. I can completely stop using room spawner because well, I have already functions named like that. Did I? Yeah, well, I did. then we keep this calling room spawner. Temp room spawner. Default null. If we found one, that one will be checked room true. Now we have the temp room spawner where we can get the position of. We just have to insert this transform in there too. And that should maybe be enough. Let's have a try. On the upper hand, can I get the I could get the direction from the center of the transform to the spawner and then rotate it by the degrees with that. This would be an option too. Now let's see, what does the script generate for garbage? Alright. That doesn't look too bad. I want to make sure that it is not always the same, I will use a duplicate of that. And I want to have the identity for now back. Which means I always have the same pacing, which means I should see the second room rotated in both directions possible. Which doesn't seem like that because I assume it wanted to connect this one in there. Just rerun it now. Still the same. Still the same. It doesn't seems to return a random direction for the room spawner I want to use. This means we look in the check room to spawn. Unity engine range 0 possible spawns dot count, where we should get 2 back. Let's just have a real quick debug in here. .log, and I want the possible spawns dot count. This should return on the second iteration too. Which is right. Why are you? Have I another look quotation viewing vector is 0? Oh. Well, obviously, yeah, it's 0 because I'm stupid as fuck. Now this game object doesn't really help me anymore. Because I have the spawner itself. What is if I use the center point of the room itself? This looks very wrong. I didn't want to make it a full screen. Hello? Oh no, this looks maybe alright. At least it has changed the side once now. 2 times. Alright. Though it changes the direction, maybe not the way I want it to, because it seems to look left, which it shouldn't. Though I assume it wants this connector point connected to that one. To find out which one I try to connect, I could actually have the temp room spawner. This is now is active now. Is it a transformer I have to... Oh. Where did I actually... not there. Not there. Not there. The room doesn't do that either, and... Ah, it's on the torch, right. Set active. That's the right word I was looking for. Dot set active ports. Now we can look which of those two it tries to access. Which means it tried to access that one on the top over there. Which means it looks in the wrong direction and is... Is it on a different height? No, the height is still the same, it's correct. But it's the just... it's slowly, slightly off to... It's... Oh, it's because of the rotation, it's... a half point off, is that correct? It shouldn't. Did I? I think I fucked up the center point on that one. Really good, it looks like. How exactly did I do that? Top view. Oh, that's still fine. It's probably just the view which made it look wrong. Alright. But still we have a little bit of rotation off, which I don't want. But that's an easy fix. Now if it looks down, it actually uses the bottom connector, which is the right one, which is good. And it looks to the left. If it uses the other one, it looks to the right. So that's okay. The only issue I have now that it is slightly flipped. I can manually change that, which is no issue, and instead of the 90 I need to do 7. 2090 itself. Yes, the 90 is the correct one, which means do I have to exchange those two maybe? Not entirely. fun fact, I don't have the rotation issue when I'm on the floor. I need to check this one. So this one wanted to connect. It has to rotate 180 degrees further, which was correct on the first iteration of the code. Do we get the other option as well? That one is now right. That's the rotation like it's supposed to be. Now just to cut to the little bit of issue I've seen there, I want rotation. Can I reassign? I can't reassign that one, no. As it was to be expected. What I'm curious about, why does it have that little deviance over there? It's 2.8 on the vertical rotate. Oh yeah, that's right, because those connectors are on the bottom and not on the top of the floor. That's right. Do I have that on the entrance as well? Yes, I can actually easily fix that one. Just have to remember that I have to have that on each of those rooms I create. But that shouldn't be an issue. Which means if I use that one now, it should just rotate on the y-axis, which is right. Rotation 0, and then we get one of the 90. Now we have to adapt the right node rotation. Funnily enough, if it gets the right one, it rotates correctly. If it gets the wrong one, it doesn't. Can I rotate it with a math equation? I assume that one is correctly because it's like it spawns, it looks upwards, and that's exactly like the prefab is made. So it uses dust, it looks upwards, it's exactly doing what it's supposed to be. What happens if I first up remove that one, which didn't work, and I still was able to use everything, which is great. We compare the root itself and then that one. Since we are currently we are not located on the spawner yet. But now we are first located on the spawner. Then I want, instead of the room difference of the room, I want the difference from the source. Let's see what happens. That one is obviously the wrong way around again. Which actually makes sense. Or not. I mean, I could make a scuffed function which would make that correct, but I don't know if I want to do that. Because this means I have already again an if statement with all 4 directions. And then still it wouldn't work because it still can end up on the other side, which isn't what it's supposed to do. On the other hand, I'm still getting the position. I set the position to there. What I could do is spawn those rooms exactly on the last room I placed, which would be the reserved courts, which has a game object of the thingamajig. Does it? It gets direction.value. Yep. That's the spawner. But for this, well, I'm still thinking wrong because it still wouldn't work like I want. Would it? No, that's exactly what it should do, because I just want a third reserved quartz rooms, reserved court rooms, where I add the room itself, which means temp room dot game object. Now I want to add to this position I added to add, I think so. We get just real quick that equation in here and adapt it to what we need. Reserved court value, that's the room. Which I don't want. I want the oh no, I don't need both anything on that. I have oh, that's not the room, that's the spawner, right? Is it though? Wait a second. Get free exit direction. What do I... Game object, next direction, add room spawner, the spawner, yeah, that's right. Which means... How did that one exactly work if I compare the same thing? Because that's no, that's the spawner of the room. Right. And I tried to rotate it, and I get the difference from the... Alright. I get it now. So we have the spawner of the room, which means I want that one on the end. We move the rockets. And now we get basically resolved court room. And the key to that one is the key of that. And then we get the transform top position. Well, I could just have saved the transform. Would be easier, but let's see where the tiles will end up. inside each channel. Oh, great. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Like that. Which means now the rooms should be side by side, like they are supposed to. Kind of. That room is now rotated for 135 degrees for some God knows reason. Well, I maybe know why it's rotated like that, but let's remove that one because I want to do that another way. And I will keep this false because that one will be relevant later. But with that in mind, I will change... No, I won't change the markers to the lower point again, because this will fuck up the script again. So, that one is correctly placed. And that should be the account for both spawn points, like expected. I want now the position of the room as a partial position over here. I actually could yeah, let's modify the markers again, because then I don't have to hide them, which is negative 0.5, and over here the same. So with that they get automatically hidden below the areas, and I don't really have care automatically that they are not visible. Which means now if I run it, this one will have a slight height difference. Yes, that's correct. Which means I could do stairs. Multi-layout. Oh, that's a nice idea. Now, we do a second iteration of that reassignment, which looks like that. We get a new vector 3. This one is supposed to be of same x as before, dot x. Then we have dot y, which we add 0.5. And then we add the v value. And I accidentally didn't write it in the bracket there. Which now means we have the same height again. Or not. Because why should we? This should technically work. That's great. We get the lower position with that. Then we override this position with the same position where we add that one to the y value, because that is a difference from those spawner thingies. I should need brackets there because that's funny. There's something wrong there. I get the y and then I modify it with 0.5 float. Which is exact the negative difference I get out of there. Well, to be honest, I couldn't make the easy way around. I just could say 0, because why should I get the original y value, which I want to adapt anyway to 0. That's stupid of me. Now the important part is that we rotate it. Now my sheet to that will be a while loop. While that is now very, very dangerous what I do. I want my spawner position, and I want to match that with the... I need that over there too. It's a temp room spawner as well. Anyway. Oopsla. Which means I can make I get a false back with that one. I have to get a better idea how I will do that with this one. I guess that shouldn't be an issue. Now I want that rotation. Ist gleich quaternion. Dot quotation. No. Euler Angels. Where we get 0, 0, 0, but instead of the middle 0, I want to add what do I want? Double do I want? Shit. I mean, I can't make plus 90 because I need the original rotation, but this shouldn't be the issue if I add that one. Dot. Is it the Y one? Yeah, it should survive one. Euler. I just have to resolve. Alright. Then I hope I don't have an endless loop now. Looks good. It's connected like it's supposed to be. Does it go the other way around too? No. No, it doesn't. But there we go. Our first while loop. Well, our first endless loop, let's say that. Which means this one doesn't work. But it should. Honestly. Because if I get the entrance and then the floor. This one has C of 20 and now it rotates 90. Those are in the same position. And I now go 180. Those are in the same position. Are they? Technically speaking, yes. Then why do they not do what they are supposed to? Huh. And I think a hand rotation wouldn't be good too. And I check for the same position, and that should be the same. So why this one starts to be an endless one, I actually don't know. Now, what happens if we try to change the position to the spawners itself, that they match the same point? This shouldn't have an... Why do I have 2 floors and 2 entrances? Oh, yeah, right. I forgot to delete those. Now, we go again. If I look here, that is not the same position. It's cut off by a half. But that would mean the room would technically be over there. Which is not good, I think. What exactly I'm doing right now? I am spawning this room. And the difference between that node and that node. If they spawn on top of each other originally, that shouldn't even move. I have... Oh yeah, right, because I move it with the room, that's the issue. Which means I want the temp room spawner over here. Like that. Which means now that one is. Yes. And now it stays on itself. We make progress. Hopefully. Now I want the rotation, which is quaternion dot look rotation, where we check set temp room spawner dot position. Which is that one? That's right. I don't want that one. I want room itself, which I can just do a temp room dot transform, which is already a transform dot position. Now let's see what happens now with the rotations. This one looks pretty cursed. Which exactly happened? It turns 180. That was to be expected. Same again. And that one did... That's not an option then. Well, of course it's not an option because it still rotates around the center point till that one looks up, which I don't want. in this case at least. Which means the while loop was actually the best solution for now, but that it was unreliable. But we can adapt that one. What we can do is make a simple if statement in there. This if statement checks exact the opposite. I want the position.x on both of them. And also position dot the not capitalized if possible. Oh, they're the same. Then we make a bool, which we just call correct rotation is false. Which is checked in here. While this one is false, this one runs. In case we start right on the right rotation, which could maybe happen, we check first if we are on the same position. If we are, it's correct rotation true, and then we break out of this while directly. Which means hopefully I don't get an infinite while loop again. Well, nope, there's infinite while loop again. Well, I can't exactly break this while loop a little bit up. I call here an int dot rotation int, which we call rotations. Now I'm curious. I make that one as a failsafe. I call that, I say that one is 0. Now I get rotations at 1 times 90. With that, I have based on the tries, and if this keeps continue, I make another if behind that, which checks or is smaller than rotations. No, it's smaller than rotations, that's correct. Then we make it debug dot log error. I didn't found an rotation. And we break out of this loop. Let's see what happens. But first I have to restart the game. The great thing with infinite loops. Yay. And yeah, YouTube is still annoyed. Fuck. I forgot to unlist the stream on YouTube. I'm really professional with that. Where exactly did I do that? I'm totally a pro with that. It did? There it is. Whoops. Yeah. Now it's public. I am so stupid. But only the half stream was missed on YouTube. So that's fine, I guess. Oh, man. Alright. Well, let's continue. The game is loaded. I hope I don't get an infinite loop. Which I did get for a reason. Oh yeah, right, I don't choose it. That's on me. I am just stupid. I have to add at the end rotations plus plus. If I don't increase the counter with that, nothing will happen. Let's wait on Unity real quick. And here we go. Didn't fault the rotation. You did great. Funny enough, it's connected but on the wrong connector. How many times do we get one? Didn't font one again. Wrong connector, yes. Same. No, it's not the right one, but it still says no. Is my if wrong? My check. I check the reserved chord, which has the reference to the connector on that one. The question now is which connector? Jeez. Let's have a look. Dungeon room. Get 3 exit directions. It returns game object. That's the spawner specifically. What I now realize, I have those directions markers and I don't use them. Ah, god, I'm stupid. Which means actually nothing, because they wouldn't do anything. Which means I could remove them. Now we have over here the where are we? Temp room spawner. Over there, that's the game object. We get that one out of this direction. Check room to respawn. What exactly do I return? That get next reserved directions. This one returns not what I need. So Let's wait a second. Checked rooms, which is a game object. I get rule and game object. I get room spawners here. Which returns the spawner itself. That's the same one. Alright. So we don't check the parent. This is a little bit stupid what I've made there, but oh well. But I return the correct thing in there. Now, there's one reason I could imagine that is not right, because it's not working. And just to make sure that I'm right with that, because for now I'm very, very sure that it could be that. Debug.log. I want the following string. Source X is that one. Target X is that one. And now we do the same for the Y value. Alright. Let's have a look what the debug throws up, because that's a while now. One more. Fuck this shit. But already with that one, it should have matched. Funnily enough, it didn't. Oh, wait. Wrong value. Let's try it again. This one is right. It doesn't entirely rotate 90 degrees, does it? Well, technically it does, but Would I need to reset the position with each round? I mean, at least we can try. Oh, it's still happening the same. Now what happens if I don't have an thing like that and I rotate it strictly by 90? Do I get another weird value out of that? Yes, I get. There's just one thing I would get in mind to try to how was it? Up. So something like that. I could try that one as well. Instead of Euler, we go with Angel Axis. Let's just try it with 90 and vector 3 dot up. Should be fine, I guess. Which exactly gives the same garbage numbers out of. Ah, here we go. That could be the right one. Of course, as I was assuming it's a floating point issue, but how can I... In this case, I could round those numbers up. And I forgot to change that one. But the issue with that is still... That's basically the same I already did. Well, I know what I could do and which should be fine. But this will blow up this if statement. Would it? Technically speaking, if I assign an int, this int difference, which is assigned to the calculation of that, I mean, I don't really need that, but also we add that and that. Which means if of course you're now crying because that is not int. Let's actually use a float for that one. Now we check we say we take an difference from 5. Will this be an issue in the long run? I hope not. But I guess we will see. If 5 is smaller than difference and 5 is larger than difference, not like that, we need if difference is bigger than -5 and smaller than 5. This means we are in the range of 5, which would be already enough. Because we have a floating point error in the rotation, which we absolutely can't work around, unfortunately. Now we get those, and we have that value, which is 90 times rotations at 1. Which means this now should technically work. Nope. Let's increase that one to 8, and I want an debug. Yeah, okay. I already know the issue as well. I have to encapsulate those because I want to subtract the results of both of them, like that. And now this one should, technically speaking, work. That's right. Now that one is rotated completely correct. And those also don't show any issues. In the debug, I can't see any issue as well. I mean, those are the local positions, but still. Let's try to get both directions. Oh, here we go again. That's not good. That's one time too far, I would assume. Yeah, if I rotate it by 90, it would be correct, but which is fairly odd because I don't know, that's what the base rotation should be like that. Although it should rotate by 90 and then it should be correct. But it didn't. We check that. If the difference is alright, we are fine. If not, we rotate. If we reach 8 rotations, we didn't want a rotation for some reason. And then we add 1 point to the rotations. Technically, since I do 8 rotations, which are more than points, I can just make that, which means the first rotation will be exactly the same. This shouldn't fix this issue now, as expected, but how exactly does that work out? Is this because I use 5? I can make it stricter. Let's return it from 5 to 2. I should log the direct error difference because I actually don't know how big the difference would be. Well, let's do it. Maybe I just fucked up the if statement as well. This might be possible as well. Not console. It's debug.log. And here I want difference. Right. This means this should be between 2, which it says it's 0, and that's clearly not the case. Technically speaking, this should be alright. Do I want to do that maybe after rotations? Wouldn't change a thing about it if I have that correctly in my head. We check the first rotation with that, and that's completely fine. What shouldn't happen is that we get a ready add difference with 0. In this case, that should be impossible. Which means I real quickly set up those debug statements. To readability, I will add a small divider in there. Change those to C. And we add the strings, which is source X and target X. Then we add that one down there too, which is C, and same with that one. I see what you're doing there. And Yes, okay, that's an oversight. I don't have to subtract those, I should just add them together. Because now I add the differences and... But if I get negative differences, I would have technically the same effect like that. Would I? I think I have a best idea. 2020. What is if I have negative? How am I gonna do the number negative from here? Cock. Where are you? I want negative 10 plus negative 10. Which... Oh, okay. I see. 10 negative... No. U minus 10 plus... No. So 0 minus 10 plus 0 plus 10. Let's make it like that. Which is minus 10. Alright, I guess that should work. Except I have negative 10 and... I can't do it like that, alright. Is there enough? Wouldn't have the same issue, I assume. Which means... we have a different X. We copy this funny thing, a different D. We remove the C part in here. And here's the X part. Do not need those. I want still both of them locked, that I can approximate the range I have to check, which means I check that one, which has to be true. Why did you do that? And then I also want to check those like that. I mean, yeah, I don't need the... Oh yeah, just remove that. We don't really need that because it has all to be true anyway. Which now means this one is correct. Because Well, the debug should still happen, though. This means that is... I hate those kind of numbers. No, it's 0.0 something in the highs. Okay, this should be fine. Which means this works fine now. And in this context, we now have to fix real quickly the single rooms, that they also work like that. And I guess 3 exit directions. And I could use that and only extract the value of that. Or I straight get the room spawner. Which is even a better choice because I only expect one, though this means I get the room spawner. That one will be here. I get that from temp room script. Dot get room spawner. And I want to access the first value I get, because this is the only value I get. So all of that even works for single rooms. And I could actually test that right now. Because I can change the entrance to a dead end. And let's say I don't have any paths. Which means I should get 2 times... Not like that. Awesome. It just does what it wants. That's great. Where do I have the if? If we served chord.key.path number, which is 0 in this case. Well, at least it should be 0. Let's log this real fast. But log. I want you to log that. Do I get something crazy out of that? Zero. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. Which means that if shouldn't even have, except I did a loopsie and I kept that corridor. Nothing wrong here. Everything works like intended, just the programmer is a fool. I get now 2 entrances, those are facing each other. And that's perfectly what I wanted. Nice. I will change that one back to friends. And now we have the magic part that we can get more rooms stacked together. Which means that one can be collapsed for now. The same is that while loop, because I don't need that anymore. I can remove that one. Now I have to fill with the reserved chords. I have to remove them and I have to set the connected flag. Alright, let's do that. Everything looking alright over there and over here. Yeah, everything looks good. That's nice. Yep, my unused variables. That's nice. Let's get that here. Now I need in the dungeon room the connected state to be updated. I will do that in here. Which means I have a public void because I don't need anything in return. Which we just call set connected spawner. Here I need the game object of a spawner. Yeah, that's fine. And this function should loop through each room connector. In this case, we just can call for each. And this for each knows what I want. And now I check if room connector equals not the room connector itself. I want that the room connector dot spawner equals the spawner we got handed. We will set this room connector dot connected to room, and that's it. And you are annoyed. Can't because it's for each. Are you serious? And we make a simple for loop. And why do you not give me the correct for loop here? Thank you. Length is room connector dot length. Count. No. Oh, my mistake. I cooked the wrong one. Length. I had correctly in mind that the array is length, not something else. I have swung 2, this is fine, which means now I iterate through a room spawner. Make it like that. We add a bracket in here where we iterate through I. That name doesn't exist, obviously, because it doesn't it is in the for each, and we do it like that, remove that, and then it just does exactly the same without the for each. Great. Now we go back to the Wait a second, this is not good because I still need the old temp room script, which I don't have accessible right now anymore. Do I use that? Yes, I use that. I need that. That's correct. I need the direction, though I could add another dictionary to reference the scripts I need. Otherwise, I could actually set the connected state of this spawner over here because it gets connected and yeah, that's it. It gets connected. Technically speaking, you can also make that in this one. But well, no, but I can actually make that. Because I already get all 3 exit directions. It is technically not connected, but it will get connected with that. The issue, will I know that in the future? If I have to modify the script, which I hopefully shouldn't. By the way, I'd want random directions again. Though this one gets yeeted out of existence again. Which means the best option would be really just to have it in the correct flow. We use another dictionary, and the 4th one over here saves the relevant scripts, which is reserved room scripts. And here we add basically the same stuff, but we want the temp room script in here. Which now means we should write the function for the newly generated rooms. Which is basically this for each here. Since I reuse it, no. No, I don't going to make that in a function. This would be just too much pain in the ass with the dictionary amount I have here. So we now have the rooms correctly spawned. Now we want to set the spawner or reserved chords correctly. We need 2 lists over here, which is one. It contains the dungeon chords, which contains rooms, reserved chords to remove, which is a new list. And we want a list of dungeon chords with reserved chords to add. Which is then always a new list. Now the logic over here is we are still in the for loop, correct? Yes, because we have finished each room separately. We add to that list dot add the reserved chord dot key. Then we want the reserved chord room scripts. We access value and want we want not like that. We have to open that with the reserved chord dot key, because we want the reference to that one, and we call the function set connected spawner, which is reserved chord dot value. Then we have that one already marked, that it gets connected, that it's just correctly flagged. It shouldn't be used anyway after that round is finished. Then I want temp room script, because I want the used connector to be set connected as well, because I don't want to add that to the reserves, which is reserved chords, which means I supply here the temp room spawner, which should set this one to be connected as well. And now I get can I actually instead of having that as an dictionary over there, do I use it anywhere else? Just in there, right? Yeah. Which means I could remove that. and I can copy that one. We have to use that one over here too. But I can't access reserved chord right now because I'm looping through it. So I have to change this one to a dictionary. And this should be only for the chords itself. So I have the chord and I have a game object. Which reminds, I can get all of our dictionaries on the chords to remove, which I will step down here. We can now remove, and we want to remove the key of this one, because those are locked from the for each, which means I can fill those. I can't fill the dungeon chords because I'm currently in for each and I shouldn't really modify that one. I could, but I don't want to risk it. Which means I add that one to the reserved chords to add. But I can modify the other 3 dictionaries with the values beforehand. They will match after the for each loop then. And this should already be it for this part. Which now means I break out of that for each. No. Yes, after the for each. We want iterate through each for each. We make another for each because I'm lazy. I just want dungeon chord, call it dungeon chord to remove in this one, and that one is supposed to say we remove exactly that value out of this dictionary, which is fine. Now we will, I mean I could do the function, but honestly it doesn't really matter in this case. Now here we need a var, where we use that chord to add. We want to add, and that one doesn't work because we have to provide the key. And although we want to provide the value, which means we are now finished with the old rooms. The new rooms are added, which should mean if I now go in here, say I want one path with a length of 3, I should exactly get that. Which I don't. Great. Out of range. Specified argument was out of range. Alright. Which means why is this one out of range? if I have just one room to access. Because I have just one corridor. And now I know why this doesn't work, because we don't set the path. Which means I have to add another flag beforehand over here, where we loop through no, I already moved the 4 and I, and this one is after the 4 each. It's that one is the starting one where we go through all the paths. We have already created those. On the other hand, what I could do now, I could now... yeah, that's great. No, that's not great. This doesn't work like I imagined. Yes, this doesn't work like I had it just in mind. Alright, we loop through those. We already do his stuff, and we have to give it the path to the reserved chords as well, which means this reserved chord we do access here. We want if I use reserved chord 2 times in here. Yeah, I do. I'm still in the if loop. Yes, I'm still. I should use a different name in here. Yeah, we'll add chord to reserve. Just that I don't mix it up with that one over there, because we are still in the for loop. Alright. Now, if we have the reserved chord over here, we will make 0 is larger, it's smaller than reserved chord dot e dot path number, because this means if we have a path, I want to give this new chord we have the same path number, so it continues this path. Like that. Alright. Now that means I don't get any errors. Yes, we have now 3 floors. And in which direction do they go? I didn't want to make it full screen. Thank you, Unity. I would really like to click the scene button. Thank you. Well, that's pretty nice. I want now to add maybe 6 length Paths I can't increase because I don't have any crossroads. I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's great. And it exactly did what it shouldn't have done. Which of you was bad? It moved one time in the circle, which shouldn't have happened. Alright. So this one should have been placed, this one should have been placed, this one shouldn't have been placed. Why did this one place? I mean, I don't add rooms I don't have those one added yet to the room list. Which I should. But still, this one shouldn't have spawned because the entrance is in the room list. Technically. What I will do, just to debug that easier. First off, we want the dungeon rooms. We want to add the spawned room to that. Because, well, it's important. Which means I get temp court, which I don't have here, and the room script. The temp court instead is reserved court.key. There we go. Now I want to give the rooms a name based on their position. That is their name. Let's copy that one. We add that one on the entrance as well. We have temp room dot name is we say room, which is a room court, which I should get from there. And this one is X and C, which we divide with a comma symbol. Whatever this what is in English. Let's have a look. What is comma in English? It's probably still comma if I have that right in my head. Yes, it's comma. Great. Then I don't have to imagine a new word or a word which is basically the same in both languages, just with a different letter in the beginning. So those rooms are instantiated, which means over here we want temp room name, which is room, and the chords are coming from here. Oh wait, wrong line. Great. We add that one? Yeah, we add that one. That's fine. Now we check room to spawn. We check if contains key and dungeon rooms contains key, which should have been the case for here. Well, it shouldn't, because I have the wrong... I checked the wrong... No, that's right, that's right. I checked the correct chord. because it has to check in the future, technically speaking. Then let's see if we can reproduce this issue with new names. We have 0, 0, 1, 1, and there we go with 0, 0 again, which shouldn't have happened. So this one moved in a very interesting circle, I gotta say. So this one spawned, this one went to the right. Then we got and oh boy. So we started. Oh yeah, right, that one gets collapsed. Hi Shira. Could you please move along? Thank you. So we go right, we go down, we go right, we go up, we go left. Those directions are all fine. That's good. And they always are assigned to the next spot, which is always great. Now let's see in the debugger over here. We should see in the dungeon map nothing. Which is awesome, because I forgot I can't see dictionaries. Well, at least we can't see normal dictionaries. Now, I guess we make a little hack, which I have to add if I want to add saving. Which means I want the other files over here. We add in the folder over here. Wait. We have system, where we have the enum collection, the event system, and we are calling that one serializable dictionaries. Oder nur Dictionary. Serializable dictionary. Yes. Now I make the lazy programmer move, which is I just copy that from all my other projects where I already used that. And here we go. Which technically means we replace the standalone dictionary with a serializable dictionary, like the name suggests. It functions like the dictionary too, which means I can actually use instead of dictionaries the serializable dictionary if I want to save the value. Like in this example, I don't want to save it, but I want to access that one in the inspector. Now what happens if I look in the Dungeon Master and I see the dungeon rooms over here, and if I in the debug mode I can see the key value pairs. Well, right now I just only see the values because there's nothing in there. But if I run the game and I open that one, I see all values. I should also see the keys. Why that is now not happening, I actually don't know. The funny thing, that should be actually the thing I need to see in there, but that might be the reason. Oh, whoops. That I don't have the dungeon code serializable. Let's try it. Serializable. If I now look at the Dungeon Master, I see already also the keys. Now I already know the issue which happens here. And the issue is exactly the following. How exactly are those both on the 0, 0? Why are they all on the 0, 0? This shouldn't be possible. I think I goofed somewhere up. Shit. Let's have a quick look. I mean, yeah, I goofed up because they get the same value. Well, here's exactly what happens in this case, where it crosses over. The interesting part is the values are getting correctly assigned. Except for this one. This one goes to 2-0. Which should not happen. This one is 1-1. So this is 1 as well. From 1-1 it goes to 0-0, and this is 1-1 again. I somewhere did the coordinate system completely wrong. Shit. But that is just a minor inconvenience right now. But as far as I see it, if I correct the issue, I get an infinite while loop again. Because of that issue. So this means I want to fix it, and I want to fix wrong coordinates as well. The issue here is exactly that I check for the key and not that it equals for, wait, path number? Why is in the dungeon rooms a path number saved? Yeah, it's because it's the only public property in the class. And the rest should still be shown. That doesn't make sense, to be honest. But yeah. So does this mean if I create a read only and I have a read only public, I can't even create that with a constructor? Override that with a constructor? That's crazy. And what the hell happened here? 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. This shouldn't be 0, 0, but yeah, fine, I guess. The connected trigger are all correct too, which is great. But now we have to look why we get wrong coordinates over here. Left is minus on the x-axis, which is already wrong because I get a minus on the z-axis. So those are swapped. That's okay, but if I go to the right, why I am instantly at 0, 0 again, which shouldn't happen. Because only one of those two values should change. This means whatever returns the coordinate is doing a very, very bad job. Which means we go back, we stop the playtest, which I love to forget. We go to the room where I get the 3 exit directions, but do I actually... I set exactly those which I get out of there. But I think already to know where the issue lies, because I don't have the rotated room yet, and I get... No, wait. I get that after rotation, so this should already be right, because I get the right direction. That's fine, okay. Is it though? If I go back to the spawning, here is where I get the name of the room, which is from reserved course.key, which is the direction I get from there. This means this one returns the wrong directions. I still get the correct path number, that's fine, but the chord I get here is wrong. Which means I have a look at this function. Target direction minus x, which should be well, and here we have the issue. Do we? I don't separate for the oh no, I do. It's connected. Do I set the connected beforehand or afterhand? Set connected. So this one is already flagged as connected, so it shouldn't come up anymore. This means I just have one of those for if statements. Because the other connector is false, so... I mean, I could also use link and remove that if, but I don't think that it would make it correct. The spawner and the target direction should be enough to get the direction itself. I mean, I could also use the main room and the spawner but it's now something I have implemented as it, and I don't really think it would be irrelevant to change that. But what I could do in here, I will use actually link, so I will remove the if statement just to have to look up the code for that real quick, which I had in the map generation world, and then I looking for a where. There it is. I need this part. We add that one to the for each. I remove that if statement because we don't need that anymore, because that nice link will do it for us. And we want where x is, oopsala, didn't want to do that, where x is dot connected, and I want to check for ports or not true, because I don't really have a default, I guess. Let's see if it defaults to false. I actually don't know. Still works fine. 1 1 1 1 to 2, and there we go again. Do I give this function even and coordinations? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Does it give chunk code? No, it just gets the direction in the game object, so that is completely fine. Well, now it's optimized without the if because I used link, but it's not the reason this shit isn't working. It's not that part which was wrong, it's the following part, it's a reserved chord which makes the issue. And I give it the temp chord, which is always the fucking starting chord instead of the chord, instead of the, where is it? This one. Now that one is correct. Which means the coordinates should match up 1 0 0 1 1 1. At least does what it's supposed to be, but still it doesn't check correctly the coordinates. But I know where the issue lies, and that's exactly, I have check room to spawn. I look for the key, and that will always return false because these are different instances of the class, though they aren't the same key. That's because I use it as a key for the dictionaries, because they are all unique even if they have the same values in them. I guess this is the next best place to use a link. Though this can't happen because I can't check this with this if because I have to loop through each dictionary as well. Well, actually I have to loop through both dictionaries and that won't happen. Which means this one will be a very useful part for another link query. Which means, where did I use the first one? In the dungeon room, yes. Get room. Wait. It's in the map, it's correct. Get next room, there we have the link. Now I never created a link with multiple where clauses. Let's see if it's as easy as in SQL. We copy that one to the check room to spawn. That one is this if. We still want that if, but the if checks the result of the query. Which means we have to make two links. One for the reserved courts and one for the dungeon rooms itself. Which means I want one reserved courts in reserved court, where reserved courts dot value dot. Oh wait, I have to get the key. That's the court, which is x is next possible reserved blah 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 dot x. We do select reserved courts because I just want the result of that. But what I actually also want is and this works, that's great, just like that. But we want that C value. God, I love link. That is so easy if you know SQL already. Then I copy that one because I already have we call that reserved courts result and reserved no, not reserved rooms, but we call it where is it dungeon rooms result. From reserved courts, we can keep that the same. I will just real quickly format it that it all has the same spacing. Nice. We get reserved courts in dungeon rooms, where we check exactly the same but with a different source. Now the if has just to check if the count of those is if 0 is smaller than reserved result and if 0 is smaller than the dungeon room's result. If both are 0, which means this one of those both already returns false. Well, both have to return false, so we don't get in here. If any one of those is... No, wait, I have to change the AND to an OR. Because now should any one of those be larger than 0, then it is false. Beforehand, if... No, wait. The AND is still correct. Because both have to return... No, wait. No. Wait. Yeah, both have to return true. In this case, I need the OR. That's right. Because if the resolved chord result is larger than 0, it doesn't matter if that one there is, because it's already false. And the same is for that, so it has to be that way. Which means if I now test it, I shouldn't get any crossings anymore, hopefully. Let's have a few runs. And as we see it, this one has worked perfectly. Let's see why this happened. Yeah, 0, 1, we are 1, -1. And this one is also 1, -1. Which means that one should have already been in there. Screw it. Now, what do we want? I want to debug here. Because that's the important part. I want debug that one, please. And just as a log. Here we go. And I want that one as well. Now I want those. Do I know exactly what the log is wanting from me? We have that. And I also can now move any other logs which I have in here. This one I don't need. And that one I don't need either. Then I just have... Well, I keep that one. Why not? Now. 0, 0, 0, 1. The last one should have collided with one. According to that. Well, it didn't, which means it was doing what it's supposed to be. Because it moved to the other side. let's have another example. That one worked like it should be. And that one is fucked up to the oblivion. So dungeon room missiles turns 1 on both occasions. I have 24 entries, which means it didn't repeat, did it? Well, it's still irrelevant because if this one is not false, it adds. It should be false in this case. Let's have a quick check if it correctly assigns this value. And this one is before for each loop, so it should be changed if that one is bad. The if is in the wrong bracket. It should be in there because the next well, well, it still needs to be in there because otherwise it wouldn't work. Well, no, it's fine. Outside is fine because it's the inner loop where we get the next reserved directions. And that actually, that one is a room spawner, so we loop one spawner, just do all the stuff. If it's false, it will get assigned false. And it's alright. Only it resets to true if the next round is happening, though everything is fine. Okay. There's one funny thing I found over here. We have a false. And we have 2 false. What was the... So this one already triggered false, and this one triggered false again. Because it wanted to go down, probably. So we are false, which means this one shouldn't happen after. But why do I have a for each? I should only get 1 reserved chord back anyway. And this one is just one-time referenced. Oops. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it. In case I have multiple spawners. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's correct because it's all right because I get get the words for it. If I have a crossword, I get multiple directions back, and if one of those is false, this false should stay even to whole for loop. I could technically, as soon as this one happens, break this for each, because it doesn't make any sense to iterate to the next one if we already know it's false. So we have at least that one optimized. And the next issue means I have the wrong return value for the reserved directions, which would actually mean I have them flipped, most likely. But for that, I need another debug statement, because I would have to know which direction I was supposed to go here. So I know which one returns true and which one returns false. Let's add that, and let's have a compiler error. Alright, we forgot the semicolon. Hi, Shiro. Meow. What a shame that you are not even hearable on the stream. I guess the setting is just too good. Well, this one worked out perfectly. Can't really argue with that. This one worked out too. Then the next try we have. Well, this shouldn't already haven't happened. Which means I don't get the false. The right direction gets but then the next question is, why didn't it retry? I have two oh, yes, it's correct. It tried 2 times. The first one worked, the second one didn't. This means I have flipped those values over here. What's up, Shiro? I really don't want to remove the filter from my microphone, but I want people to hear you, you know? But then there's a really unnice voice in the background. Like that. And then everyone hears everything in this room. Not just you.
Shiro? Meow? Komm, talk. No, you don't want?
Shy cat. Let's get the noise suppression back in here. Alright, sure. Now, do you want to help me where I exactly fucked this script up? Well, you are helping, kind of. You are helping with I don't see what I'm doing. Please don't walk over the keyboard and over the mouse because I could accidentally stop the stream. Thank you. What's up? Why are you looking like that? Alright. With this with this I know that I have an error in here. Which is even worse because this one is a fucked up piece of script. I mean, the best one would be if I swap those out. What is the current spawner I give here? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. I'm getting the difference, which should be but wait a second. Just 1 second. I spawn the room in. Because I forgot very important part. I spawn the room in and don't get rid of it if it doesn't fit. But then I should have multiple copies of this room, which doesn't make sense as well. Well, still, I have to delete this room because I forgot that one. Temp room dot game object dot destroy move. But to destroy the transform. How exactly did I do that? Object.destroy. Didn't I
try that one. Game object dot destroy. It just returns destroyed. Hello Unity. Thank you for your scripting API, which seems not to... Oh. I use it wrong. That's the issue. We want destroy tempo. Can I just give yeah, I can just go to the object. That's fine. Alright. But this shouldn't fix the issue because I should otherwise have multiple rooms in here.
Which means I probably still have flipped numbers in there, which... Yeah, I have flipped numbers. Now, if I think about that, because I didn't really have it right in my head. If we go up and you have the difference, if it's positive, it is right. Obviously, if it's left, it's the left, and if it's the same, it's up. Most likely. I don't trust the up anymore. Which is bad. But anyway. But anyway, it should still work because it should be in the same position because we didn't move it. That's fine. If we go right, up should be positive and down should be negative. Or not? Well, yeah, technically... What does it touch spawn code even? How do I exactly... Well, I guess I did major fuck up in here. Because I add the next reserved chord. What's it? Yeah, here you go. Because I don't change the chord, I chill.
I get the next reserved direction, which I have a list over here. I loop through that list. What I don't get is an adapted coordinate. But then how do other hours work correctly? At least they are checked correctly. Which they might don't. Well, I'm not for sure, but this chord I check, I get the next reserved direction. I don't even get a modified coordinate out of that. Which means I have to run that through this one. Which means I have make a function call and a function call, maybe. I get a list out of that. I don't want a list out of here. I don't even get the direction for that one. Oh, wait. No. I'm that's right. I have the function call in here. It's all right. Target spawn chord. This is what I handle over here. This is a target spawn code over here, which I submit over here, where I reserved chord.key. That's right. Which means I check the correct coordinates. What I will add here is now following, because slowly I lose. I'm still not sure if I just mixed up the alignment of the coordinates, but because I'm not sure, I will just check it. Which means I want those and those. And those should be the one it checks. This means this is the one tile in the future after that one is placed. This one, what this one wants to reserve. Which means I technically don't have to re-get the free exit directions. Well, yeah, okay, I want them because I don't return that stuff. Oh well, I do return. I return those. I return one of those. Meow? Meow. Meow. If you continue with that, I will remove the filter again. Alright. Meow. Are you fucking kidding me? Meow. I still don't hear you. Let's max it. Meow. Okay, yeah, on max, you are. Alright, you were able to have some commentary in the stream. I am proud of you, cat. And now I want to add the noise suppression again. So there's no engine in the background to hear. Alright, let's continue. We have those, and I want me to be a little bit more on the silent side. Like that. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, let's get another round tested over here. And we have a very good example again. Since those are completely separate from those I check, this means it could be really that part that throws me off. We go like that, up, and that one is a false one. Where we don't get a false. This is a 0-1. This is this one. I should maybe adapt the chords. And those are the wrong way as well. Hi Shiro, you're back. Oh well, you want to remind me that I should stop streaming now, because I have to work tomorrow again, huh? Well, okay, then I will stop now. I got my 4 hours anyway. But yes, it's alright. Then I thank everyone who was watching and was part of the stream. I hope we see us next time, and I wish you a good night, a good day, depending on your time zone, and we see us next time.